Welcome, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale, Session 63. Where we had left off, our party of adventurers, the Lucky Sevens, had been making themselves useful around town, as they had a load of cargo come onto their airship with the intention of ferrying it to the city in the north, the Drakefast, where the military of the Greyoran Empire is trained for the most part, with the intentions of doing some investigations there. But in the meantime, to find themselves a little bit of coin, to find themselves a little bit of usefulness, they are doing a few odd jobs around the place. So, one of which was to clear the sewers a little bit. The thing that they found probably the most harrying was that there was something lodged in the sewer grates that was causing a blockage, which nauseated a few of our companions here. But after clearing out the blockage and making sure that things were in a proper flow for the sewers, they found at the base of this blockage, however, that there was a body that was missing an eye and missing its left hand. Something that seemed strikingly familiar to some of our companions here. They called the city guard. The city guard took care of it, as well as the Lucky Sevens were free to move to go about their business, as the officer knew how to contact them should they have any further questions. But another job that they found on this job board was a note from a woman who feels that she is being harassed by a vampire. So, to take care of this, they likely will have to meet up with this woman and find out more details about who it is that they will be pursuing. So, Lucky Sevens, it is late into the afternoon, as the clearing of the sewers took most of the day. And I don't know about some of you, but being down in the sewers probably did not do any bit of help for your appetites. Perhaps you'll wait till this evening to get your dinner, but it does mean you have a few hours before sunset to do what you like. So, what do you do?
I think Lagan is going to take a bath.
Lagan
We already
wants a
did
bath.
that.
Yep.
To be fair, we already did that last session.
Yes,
Yeah.
everybody did come away with a bath.
Okay.
You can certainly do another, if you so choose.
It sounds like we just left the sewers, so yeah.
Either way, you just left the sewers or you just left the bath, whichever you decide.
Okay.
I'm leaving that up to y'all.
I believe Krobe, you know where this person is? Or you have the information for?
Yes, I have their job posting. Do we want to go tonight?
Might as well.
Okay. Well, I can show you, follow the things and show you where it says to go. And Roby will pull out the paper, and I guess we'll kind of start heading to where it tells us to go.
All right. You go to a home, a rather small home, kind of on a on a side of the city that is a little bit samey. A lot of the homes look very similar, look like they kind of aren't really all that well adorned. They're pretty plain. So you think possibly this is where the average person who makes an average wage would live. And the home that you find yourself in front of is one of many in this neighborhood that has a sort of plain white exterior with red doors, with windows in the front, with the sort of angled roof. Looks like there's a chimney that comes out the top of it for a stove or something. And it seems like it might be sort of a one bedroom home based on the size of it. And so you kind of walk up to the door. Do you give it a knock?
Roby would.
Korobi would knock.
Yeah.
Okay. It takes a moment, but then you see that the door opens only slightly. Yes, who is it? You hear a woman's voice from behind the door.
We are here about your job posting.
She kind of peeks her head out from the behind the door, and you see that this woman is. She looks harried. Her hair is a mess. She looks like she hasn't slept in days. She's got big bags under her eyes. She's tiefling. She has relatively small horns just on the tip of her forehead. Her skin is very sort of a reddish tan, and her solid gold eyes just kind of peer at you. Based on the expression that she's giving, though, she looks very much like she is frightened. Who is we?
Me and my group. And I'll go around introducing it, just saying everybody's name, pointing to them.
Okay. You're gonna take care of the vampire, right?
If there's one to be taken care of. Though we have there's one problem with your posting. If we kill it, it turns to dust. We can't exactly bring you its head.
Okay. That's fine. Just... How am I supposed to know? I can't pay you. I'm sorry, but I won't pay unless there's proof.
Well, we can bring the dust.
It could be any dust. I don't... How would I know?
Well, if we were to swindle you, that would put a sully on the name of our adventuring party, and no one would hire us.
That doesn't stop the crime guilds.
Do I look like a person from a crime guild?
I don't know, do you?
Alira starts making a reassessment of Kurobe.
No, I think I'm an old adventurer. I've actually ran adventuring guilds.
Okay.
But if you don't want us to do this, if there's no way that you would pay us
no,
without proof,
no. I need this problem taken care of. I need him to leave me alone.
Could we perhaps come inside and sit down
Your
and you
your
tell us about this?
request for proof by keeping a pet is impossible.
Look, I don't know
If this is a vampire, the death of such will make ash. There will be nothing left of any remains.
No, I understand because he just said that.
If
I,
you require
fine,
proof,
fine, whatever. I don't need proof. Just get it done.
And maybe one or two of us come in and sit and talk to you. So we can get the information and find out more.
Only two.
Yeah.
Her. And she points to Vanya.
Well, that's who I was going to pick. And Kurobe will basically take his sword and hand it to Lagan. Can you hold this for me while I'm inside?
Just kind of imagining Lagan grabbing hold of the sword, and for some odd reason, I end up thinking of Guts' Dragon Slayer. As soon as he grabs it, it just pulls his arm off.
It is a big sword.
I don't know why, that's just what came to mind.
It is very big sword. Very big katana.
Yeah, it's like a 6 or 7 foot long, very hefty katana.
Masamune.
Like Masamune, like Nodachi sort of size.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's a very big sword. But yeah, that gives Kurobe and Vanya the ability to go inside while the rest of you, she shuts the door on you just to, because she doesn't leave the door open very long either. She immediately closes it behind them as they enter. And she backs away from all of you as from you, Vanya, and Kurobe as you walk in the door.
Is there a place you would like us to sit and talk?
I'm sorry, I'm just not in a state to entertain.
I just want you to be comfortable. We don't have to sit if you don't want us to.
I just want him gone. I don't want to have to worry about watching over my back anymore. I just want him to leave me alone.
How
Okay,
often does he come by?
At least once a week.
Same day?
Most of the time.
Around what time does he show up?
After midnight. Comes to my window. And I can't do anything. I'm frozen. It's like he stares into my soul. And I can't do anything. If I'm asleep, then I wake up and I feel awful the next day. Like I had exercised far too much. And when I'm awake, I see him and he comes into my room and paralyzes me, and then I think he drinks my blood and then he leaves.
Might I check your neck for bite marks?
She nods and allows you to get close, Vanya.
Yeah, she's going to check for bite marks.
Make a medicine check.
See if I find my d20 here. 18.
Very faint. Very faint. Almost like they've healed. But there's no like large scars that you could see.
Yeah. Do they look about a week old then?
They probably would if they were. They probably would like they've been healing for a while. Yeah.
What day does he usually come on?
First day of the week.
Would that be today?
That
Any
would be
chance?
indeed today.
Alright. Well, here's an idea. You let 2 of us in. One of us could stay in your room with you, the other one stationed outside the door, and we can have the rest of the group spread out outside.
Set a
If he sta-
trap.
if he comes here, then there's no actual need to bring proof like what these guys are worried about. We could set a trap, we could just outright fight him here.
Fight.
Hopefully it doesn't come down to that.
So set a trap with me being the bait.
Or you could, I don't know if using you as bait would be the brightest idea. I don't want to go that route.
Well, we're not trying to use you as bait, but if he's going to come here anyways, this would be the easiest place to try to catch him.
We could send her to an inn.
I don't want to be outside. I don't want to go outside. I don't want to leave.
Okay.
I don't want
Do
him
you
to
have
find
another
me.
room? Do you have another room you can stay in?
No. This is all I could afford.
Okay. Then, unfortunately, our options are either you can stay at an inn with one of the group staying with you, or, unfortunately, we use you as bait. The choice is up to you, but being used as bait could be extremely dangerous. I'm not going to lie to you about that one.
I don't know what to do. I just want it to stop.
And we're going to try and make it stop. That's why we're here.
The guards won't even believe me.
How long do we have until midnight?
It's about 5 or 6 hours from now.
Okay. You have a couple hours. You can mull it over. We'll take a look around, see if we can spot anything out of the ordinary. We'll stick around until you've made your choice. And either way, we'll still be here. Alright?
I have an idea.
Oh?
I have some wonderful tea. Could I use your kitchen to make some for you? And it might help you calm you down.
Okay.
And Roby will turn and go into his back and pull out. He has some of the good tea that he got for Amaranth, and he'll go and make a pot of tea for the three of us. And
I'm gonna go out and let the others know about what's going on. See if any of them have any alternative plans that could be better.
You believe me, right?
Of course. It's not our first tussle with a vampire.
You had. Oh, there's more out there?
Well, there's one less.
Oh god.
There could only be two for all we know.
Oh god. I don't like the prospect of that. I don't.
it's okay. Whatever comes tonight, we'll catch.
We'll catch, we'll deal with. And none of them should bother you after that. And with that, she's gonna go outside and inform the group.
All
You're
right.
muted.
While they're inside, Lagan wants to check around the house to see if there's any signs of physical evidence of someone coming and going through any means besides the door where Kurobe knocked.
Okay. Anyone else assisting?
I think I'll go ahead and do the same.
Okay. You want to roll. One of y'all roll at advantage, or do you want to roll separately?
Let's give Mojo advantage because his dice don't fail him.
Investigate.
Yes, investigation.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Because that is a 19 or a natural 20.
Fwah! Mojo dice in
As
the
I
chat,
said.
y'all.
Mojo dice.
All right, so a natural 20. You start to survey the outside of the home. It's a pretty standard yard. It looks like it's been untended for quite some time. It's probably the least tended to front yard of the home on this whole, straight block. It looks like it's gone maybe weeks without being tended to. And in this summer heat, that means that the grass is pretty dried up, that that anything that was a garden is no longer a garden. It's just kind of bleaker to look at. You see that there is a back garden that is kind of fenced off for a bit of privacy, and it's just closed with a latch, though. It's a kind of a wooden fence closed with a latch. You kind of make your perimeter around the whole house, looking for any evidence that that someone may have entered into this home, whether it's one time or several times. And Arya kind of does the reverse perimeter, where she's going from the opposite side and meeting you in the middle. And the two of you together find that there are some recent footprints in the dirt. There are some threads of clothing. There are some threads of hair that you find that indicate that someone was here recently. The tracks look to be a week old or so, but there's only a couple of them. It looks like they're maybe a couple steps before approaching the window, you see that the window doesn't show any signs of forced entry. You see that that while someone may have been here, they did not force the window open. You don't see a broken latch. You don't see the window misaligned from like the sliding tracks. You see that that there are older sort of footprints next to this window as well. That this is indeed a multiple time approach. So
Do,
you can make up that at what you will.
do the footsteps appear to be of the same size as the woman that is trying to hire us?
They look to be about the size of an average medium male humanoid.
Okay, so probably a little bit bigger than her feet. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gone.
She's a tiefling? Yes.
I'm sorry, but I have a question, and it's been bugging me since we saw this little
Only
job. Do vampires have preferences? Like, is there a reason why they choose to go after the people that they do? I know that those 3 girls that we fought that one time, they were very much more invested on the looting aspect, just getting quick riches and feeding off of someone on the fly. Using that method, but do other vampires in populations like this, if they don't have some sort of disguise, do you think they have like a preference or a type that they go for?
According to
Coffee.
according to your notes, according to your notes, any blood will suffice. According to the research that's been done, whether an individual has a preference or not is possible, but it's not well documented. Probably the thing that is the least documented as far as vampiric study in the book that you have. Whether because this one specimen that this particular individual was monitoring preferred not to drink blood at all, and if they did, resorted to animals.
Well, sadly, the information you're asking is a bit out of my reach. I have the research, extensive research of one vampiric individual that was studied. I have tales of others. And sadly, the one thing that none of this research covers in any great detail is the feeding habits of other vampires.
I see.
Any blood should work. The extensive research on the one reveals that he would have preferred not to have drank blood, but when forced to it, chose to go for animal rather than human, elf, dwarf, or any other sentient creature.
Wait, hold on. Animal? So what? Does that mean all vampires can feed from animal blood?
I would assume they can afford, from the research that I have, any blood will work. Animal, humanoid,
Fey, fiend.
Then why
uh,
target
except undead.
except undead? That makes sense. That makes sense. You can't really suck on a scab, essentially. Well, okay, so then if animal blood can work, then why target people? Why target a person? Especially, actually, that's even a bigger question. Is it necessarily illegal for vampires to exist in the Grioran Empire? I know, and undead and necromancy in general would probably be frowned upon, but the condition of vampirism, to be one.
By their definition, I would not think so. It is not
Okay.
specifically a religious or religion involved activity.
That Arya just
It is,
folds her arms.
it's just a process of extending the life after death. By what means of curse or situation, I'm not entirely sure of. It,
Lagan, make an Arcana check.
oh, lovely. Okay. Arcana?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. 18.
You would know that while some of it could be like any source of magic could potentially produce and walk a corpse away from a scene, as animate dead is a spell that is on a lot of mechanically on a lot of different classes spell lists.
Right.
So clerics, wizards, sorcerers, warlocks, any one of those, anything with an arcane or religious magical source could potentially do so. You're not sure about druids because you've seen Alira walk something with spores that come out of her, but whether she actually is casting a spell, you haven't seen her do that yet.
Right. I would share that with Audrey.
Okay.
Maybe there's a reason that nature as a source of magic doesn't do that.
Arya just kind of like holds her head in confusion a bit. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I just feel there's a lot of implications behind this. The last vampire, if you remember, he was a politician. He made it very clear that his position was very networked. He was allowed to be there, and his status and condition was known. So, I mean, it leads me to think, I wonder how functionally, like, how is that in any kingdom or country? How do they treat that? And even more so than that, if they are accepted to any specific means and they can feed on animal blood, then why isn't that available as an option? Why target this woman if that is an option? When it's so much safer to just go after animals. You just go to your local butcher and problem solved. Easy.
I cannot answer this question. I am not inside the head of this vampire or person that is doing these things to the woman here.
Right,
It
just
is You seem to be begging for more questions than answers. Because I have none. I can give you what I know, and that is it.
She puts her hands on her hips and kind of sassy, and she's like, well, I just don't understand. I'm just trying to figure this out. And Lyra made an interesting point that it was like, you know, if it is so natural, then there are so many conditions that allow for this to occur naturally, then I don't know. Let's get inside the head of a vampire. We'll focus on that.
I do not agree with Alira that this is natural.
I'm keeping an open mind.
That is fine for you. My understanding is that being a vampire is a curse that would take a dead body, essentially reanimate it, but not the same as I would animate, and requires it to continue to sustain itself on blood.
A curse.
Yes.
Well, people, or gods, supposedly, make curses.
Mm-hmm.
Who cursed them?
Again, more questions than answers. I wish I had the answers. And with knowledge, some of those may be answered through this investigation. However, as Cypher keeps telling you, every time you pose one and you get an answer, you get more questions than you did answers.
Maybe the true intent behind this tonight is to just have an interview with a vampire.
Are you taking notes?
Oh, I'm taking them. I'm taking all the notes.
Let's get back to Alira before the city guard decides that she's in the wrong place.
Speaking of Alira, Arya and Lagon decided to circle the house to look for clues. Seems that they have found one. What are you doing in the meantime?
Feeling abandoned. I've just been told that there is a blood-sucking predator out, and two of them have decided to end up going into the house along with the client. I think that's what they use. And then the other two said, "I'll circle around," and walked off.
Which did mean that you and Zephyr were outside the door.
Yes. I'm trying to end up paying attention to what's going on outside. But Zephyr keeps engaging me in this staring contest. Battle of wills.
Mm.
And I'm trying to stay vigilant. I'm trying to end up doing so. But then I hear something brushing. I turn and I see a tail wagging. And I realized this entire time, Zephyr has not stopped trying to stare at me. And if I didn't know better, I would think that Zephyr is trying to establish a pecking order.
He stares a little bit, a little bit.
And I don't want to have to remind him that I can end up winning this staring contest. Because I can easily have more eyes than him. I try and end up keeping note, but I end up wondering, Why is it that no one believes this individual? Why is it that they are... The guards are doing nothing? Is it a lack of evidence? Is it a problem amongst, well, the local governance? Has this person done something to make themselves excommunicated? I mean, the manor looks fine all unto itself, all things considered. And I am out here, effectively on the front porch, abandoned. Am I some form of tempting target, or perhaps it's just the nature? I suppose if you're going to check around the property, you need somebody to stay in place to be sure nothing has come by that you missed. But even at night, my eyes are more well adjusted to the dark than my compatriots, and yet these two beady eyes right there, continue to end up staring at me, and I swear, between the abandonment issues I'm currently experiencing and the dog trying to end up staring me down, I am feeling as though I'm going mad. Because I am out here on my own in the hunting grounds of a known undead predator. I feel like I've missed the memo.
Zephyr's just kind of smiling with his tongue kind of lolling out, his tail wagging. Kind of with a bit of a whimpering noise, like he wants you to play. Like he brings you a stick, even.
If I throw that into the darkness, the dog will chase after it.
Typically.
Leaving me alone with leaving it alone. In which case, either one of us can be picked off. At this point, the closest survival mechanism I end up having is this ugly, four-legged, hairy beast. There's nothing like this in the Underdark. It just, the more it stares at me, the more its hideousness continues to look at me. Its tail movement is completely unnatural. Sitting there on its hindquarters with a stick dropped before, its tongue hanging out as though a dead appendage just hanging there out the side of its mouth. Occasionally coming to life as though animated by some spell. And it's those eyes, the puppy dog eyes, those dead eyes, like doll's eyes, just staring at me.
It's about that moment that that your thoughts, Olira, are interrupted by Vanya exiting the home and Arya and Lagon rejoining you back in the front lawn.
Nia turns to them and... So, did we get the job?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
So...
I thought you were somebody else. What did you find?
Alright, so he should be showing up tonight. He shows up once a week, usually same day, which, first of the week, around the same time, around midnight.
Why would she still be in the same location if it's that easy to plan?
She can't afford anything else. He comes in through her bedroom window. She says she feels paralyzed, can't move. She wakes up from a dead sleep. She does have bite marks on her neck. She let me get close enough to see that. So far, I have 2 ideas of how to do this. One is one I want to do less than the other. Use her as bait. Let her stay here. One of us stays in the room, one of us stays outside, the rest of us outside the house and around the perimeter. The other is sending her to an inn with one of us to keep watch over her.
We are effectively your bodyguards. Best hand up to me keeping a familiar territory.
I left it up to her. We have a few hours until he supposedly stops by, so she has a couple hours to think on it. She doesn't have any room. She doesn't have any other room in the house, so if anyone has any better ideas.
Well, Lagan would share the fruits of the outside investigation, that there is indeed somebody that is coming and going, but it doesn't look like anything is particularly damaged in the process of them coming and going. Definitely a male, from the size and shape of the imprints that are left, but what particular species is not necessarily known.
Well, we've seen what vampires could do beforehand, and there are magics to unlock doors and windows and whatnot.
Right.
So that's not too surprising.
She doesn't seem too keen on me, so
Doesn't seem too keen on anyone. Poor thing's so afraid. She's not too keen on the inn idea either, but she doesn't want to be used as bait.
So, if that is the case, then I suppose at this point we simply end up laying in wait.
Yeah. Like I said, I gave her. We still have a few hours off until midnight, so I gave her think over her options.
Until midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Then I best get started. And
What
leave
are
us
you planning?
2 stops. Turns back. This is you asked me to end up looking after and catching a vampire. I know where it's coming.
Fair enough.
Be inspired by nature. And when she does that, she proceeds to shift animal form.
Okay. You can you can maintain your shape for 6 hours or so.
Oh yeah, we'll be well past. We'll be well past the time frame. In which case I am going to become a giant spider.
Ooh, giant spider.
Well, I got a lot of web to spin, but I don't need to spin a lot of it. In fact, I can end up spinning it very particularly. So long as I end up having it head down, though, between floor or under floorboards attached to the base of doors, not enough to stop, but enough just to keep a few strands of thread. Because the second a single thread moves, I am fully aware of position, which means by the time they get here, there's no place on the property that they can end up going near without me knowing.
Just a few threads for you to have to have indication that you have an intruder. So,
Who needs alarm when you got wild shape?
yeah, exactly. Functionally, that's what that is. But yes, kind of, so, I imagine that you're probably the size of maybe a tarantula when you're spinning your web? Or bigger
Black
than
Widow.
that. Black Widow, okay. So,
I am effectively a giant Black Widow.
so I need you to roll me a stealth check as your Black Widow form.
Okay.
Because if she spots you, without you having told her what your plan is, she might swat you.
Well,
Do you tell her the plan?
Yeah, I would certainly end up telling her the plan if I'm allowed to. I was led to believe I'm not allowed in the house, so I'm not going in the
Vanya
house.
would have gone in and given her a heads up.
Okay. Okay,
Um,
then no
uh,
need. She is aware that a
good
spider...
question, though. Good question.
She is aware that a spider will be laying web in her house.
Yeah. As she ends up
She
seeing something that
seems
is
to
12
be
foot
very
long crawl
afraid-
over a window.
She also seems to be very afraid of the spider.
But yeah,
I would be keeping her away from the windows with tea.
And Vanya would be reassuring her. It gets
But-
easier the more you see it, but
giant spooter walks over window. Looks down through window upside down. One of the 8 legs.
And looking like a deadly spider, too.
I love the grace and elegance of the Black Widow.
Lagon had something to add?
Yes, Lagon would ask Vanya to ask if he has permission to come in. He would like to assist in the trapping.
Okay. So how do you want to add to the trap?
Lip of warding.
Alira seems to be doing so for the sake of being notified as soon as someone enters. That isn't already inside the room.
Glyph of warding
Glyph of warding. Okay.
on the window. Spell glyph. It takes an hour to prepare.
Okay.
But it will be storing the daylight spell so that if anyone opens this window, because this is the window she says it coming in and out of, daylight is cast.
Okay. As soon as the glyph goes off, the daylight is cast. All right.
As soon as that glyph is disturbed, and I need to have inside so that I can connect the rune where the window seams so that it meets. And once that's broken, daylight.
Daylight, right on that spot. Okay.
Mm-hmm. In a 60-foot radius.
Okay. Then we are storing daylight as a trap. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Which you do, you do get the permission from the woman to be able to to set these kinds of traps, because it looks like she's willing to stay and be the bait should y'all want to do so. Although she kind of wonders, Vanya, if you would prefer to be the bait because you kind of look like her.
that's what the plan was. If she's at the end, I was caused to stay with her since lethality's not here. And then minor illusion or disguise self.
Disguise self
For that.
would
I couldn't remember which one I had, and I ended up I didn't have my character sheet up.
yeah, disguise self would
Disguise
be
self.
actually a perfect facsimile of her likeness.
Yep.
Minor illusion, you'd get that sort of magical distortion. It's not that complex.
Yeah, so it'd be disguise self or go to the end with Kaz and
All right.
Lion wait.
And since you are very similar in height to her, your heights, uh, the illusion does create a tail, although it does not sway. It is simply a mirage. But it does create horns, but they are not real. They are just an illusion. But the facsimile of her covers your appearance and your clothing, and lasts an hour. So you would know that, and so you would cast it about an hour before he's meant to arrive.
Yep.
Just a bit before he's meant to arrive.
And then because it is cantrip, I can just... Nope, never mind. Read and run thing.
Yeah, minor illusion's a cantrip. Disguise self is a 1 hour per cast.
The blonde has been strong today.
This is why what I was saying, just to spare you all the spell slots, is that you know about what time he's supposed to arrive, so you do so, shortly before then. Like about half an hour.
Concentration either.
No, it is not concentration, so you can concentrate on a different spell with that still up.
Yes.
I would have
an hour beforehand. I can also use Pass Without Trace on the entire group.
Ooh.
Be stealthy.
Stealthy.
Mhm.
All right.
I was going to ask for that. I would see if Lagan would stay in the inside in case he gets inside, to have one strong person there. And I would like to hide up on the roof with the big scooter.
On the roof or the ceiling? Because she's inside.
On the roof, in case so I can drop down like Batman.
Ah, so you are going to be on the roof on the exterior of the house, and most everyone else is going to be on the interior of the house. Where's Arya going to be?
Most likely exterior. I want to keep an eye on that window there.
Okay.
And also the skies. Of course, I will be available and make sure that I can fit within Vanya's range of Pass Without Trace.
Yes. The radius...
I figured we'd all kind of like group up, she'd cast it, and then we'd spread out.
Yeah, so long as you're still within the bubble, you get the benefits of it. So.
Where should I hide?
There is a closet, there is a pantry, and
yeah.
There's the bedroom.
Yeah.
The bedroom and the
Arya-
bedroom, and that's about it.
Arya obnoxiously locks arms with Lagan. Is like, with me, of course.
Okay. Yeah, I don't hide so well, in case you haven't noticed.
Well, okay. I guess that's true. And she just like looks way up at him.
And he looks down at you. I stick out like a sore thumb.
You stick out like a tall tree.
Are we gonna put bushes and plants in my hands to pretend I'm a tree?
Oh, that's actually a good idea. Hold on. I have a better idea. Can I cast polymorph on you?
What do you plan to change him into?
Well, I'm asking Lagan first.
Lagan is asking you what you intend to transform him into.
Ooh, what can I turn him into? This got me. I'm curious. We gotta have like a form. I'm tempted to turn him into a seal again, even though that is very inconvenient.
Any animal's form that you have seen before. That is the scope of what Arya knows with polymorph.
Well, I can also change Lagan into other creatures I've seen before. But it's like,
creatures that you have seen.
Let's see.
I think with polymorph, it's strictly with animals at the moment. True polymorph, you can turn him into like a fae or a fiend or even a dragon, but that's not till level 9 spells.
Transforms a creature. You can see into. The spell transforms a creature with at least 1 hit point that you can see within range into a new form. There is a list of things I can transform people or creatures into, but the very strict rule is that it has to be something that I know.
Yeah.
So no, there is no specifics on beasts or anything like that. I could literally turn you into anything that I think would be fun.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just keep running the game and I'll figure that out in just a second.
Okay.
I would suggest keep it local if possible. We don't want the guy to figure out there's people here trying to capture him.
No. I 100% agree. What if... Oh, I got it. An owl.
That
Owls are
works.
plentiful.
Specifically, a giant owl.
All right.
They also have night vision. I do not.
Yes, let me go ahead and post the stats because this is a thing that exists.
Yes. Go ahead. And for the purposes, Lagon, you have taken on all attributes of that creature, including the mental stats.
Which is a -1. You can't read, but you understand a couple things.
So yeah,
And,
you can't read at the moment.
Polymorph is a concentration spell, so I can end concentration and I end the spell at will.
Yep. And it lasts up to an hour per cast.
Yes, so that will be cast roughly at around the same time. And Lagon, it is all up to you because you now have the best eyes of the group.
I just imagine this scene of Lagon turning away from you, and that first scene of Lagon walking up to Rune and going knock, knock, knock on the metal exterior, and that head just turning around and looking with everything else still facing the opposite way.
Perfect.
Yes, love it. Love to see it. All right. So, Lagon will be an owl. Arya, or Vanya, is going to be our bait. Alira is waiting for indication that the window has opened with her webs. And so Lagon is going to be perched outside, correct?
Yes.
Perched outside with Arya very close by. And where's Kurobe going to be?
Kurobe's going to be on the roof of the house.
Roof of the house. All right. So we've got Arya, we've got Lagon as an owl, we've got Kurobe all on the roof of the house. I'm not going to make you make climbing checks because you have plenty of time to get up there. Alira is on the roof or the wall, wherever she decides to be, perched, waiting for her webs to go off. And Vanya is waiting in bed, while our friend is has taken up to hiding in her closet until things are done. So, I would like everyone, since there is a pass without trace going up, to make a stealth check. And their stealth check is at a +10.
Yep.
Ooh,
Oh god, I hate
that's a
math
good
for this.
face. That's a good face from Derek.
That's a 32.
32.
Nice.
Did you natural 20 that bitch?
No, 17, but remember, giant spider.
It's true.
Yeah, so
Fair.
stealth is a +5.
Yes.
And then the plus on top of it.
Yep.
34 for Vanya.
Ooh. Sneaky bitch.
And I need to do one for Zephyr, who is probably hiding underneath the bed.
Yes. Lagon as your owl form.
24.
Nice.
That's
Karobe
I
as
don't.
a human.
27.
Ooh.
Of course, the wolf rolls a nat 20,
The wolf rolls a natural 20. And
making that
26
a
on
38.
I like to think the dog got
28.
under the bed.
Sorry.
I like to think the dog got under the bed and then
I'm
put his paw over
having
his
to
own
flip back
eyes.
between my page and the giant owl so that I.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And Arya,
22.
22. All right. You all feel very, very well hidden. Very well have set your trap. So, I would like those on the outside of the house to make a perception check. Individually.
Oh, that's not terrible. Normally my perception checks suck balls. That will be a 15.
15. All right.
Is this hearing or sight based?
Sight.
Okay. 24.
24. Okay.
24 as well.
Okay. So what you all see, which might strike you as unusual in the night sky these nights, in this particular city, is you're used to like the usual city fare when it comes to like pigeons and seagulls and other sort of airborne creatures that kind of roam the coasts of the Grioran Empire. You've kind of gotten used to the calling of those things. What you do see in the distance as the night kind of draws upon you, especially now that you have dark vision, Lagon, you are not at a penalty to see in the dark at the moment. You see something flying very strange in the distance. It doesn't look like the flapping of a seagull or other such city bird. And you start to pick up on the sound that it's making. It makes little squeaking noises. From what you can tell, that's a bat.
And I have no way of communicating this with anybody else. I'm going to keep a very close eye on this thing. And
Everyone else is seeing. The Lagon, Arya, and Karobe are all seeing it. So you all kind of focus in on that creature in the distance, and you come to a conclusion, since you have seen bats before, that is indeed what that is.
I'll just hold my position and wait and see what it does.
Lagon's just going to keep an eye on this thing.
Yeah.
Because we've seen other transform and disappear, so.
All right. It does start to draw closer. Are you doing anything? It's probably about 100 feet away from you about this point.
I am holding position until I see a landing. If this is in fact our vampire, it's best to wait until they're there.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it is doesn't seem to notice you, and so starts to dive into the back lawn, and you see it change shape into a man. Looks human enough, but he's very pale.
If a bird could smile.
There is a spider web. Holding position.
I'm waiting to see if he goes toward the
Lagan
door.
is waiting for him to open the window.
Okay. You see this person take a couple steps toward the window. You see a pair of hands come out from pockets, more or less, and kind of slide towards the window and start to lift it up ever so slowly. And Alira, I would like you to make a perception check for your webs. You'll get advantage on this because they're your webs.
That makes things particularly interesting. Actually, web sense. While in contact with the web, spider knows the exact location of any other creature.
Already has that.
It's baked in.
It's baked in.
Reason I use it is because I don't trust dice.
Ah, yes. Yes, indeed. You know the window is being slid open. You feel the tug of that web, and then it suddenly give way as if you don't sense anything on that web anymore.
Well, at that point, I start continuing to move along the ceiling to intercept, which is surprisingly easy at this point. While I may be huge, most people don't look at a ceiling.
As soon as I see the flashbang go off...
Ah, yes. The flashbang.
I'm going to drop on this man.
As soon as the window starts to slide open and gets past a certain point, there is a radius of very bright light in this person's face. And I'm going to make him make a Constitution saving throw, or he's going to be blind for one turn. Okay.
I'm not currently a drow!
No, but it seems like he's able to close his eyes fast enough, so he is not blinded. However, it is a very bright light. It is now brightly lit in this entire house and in the yard. So, no penalties for dark vision should you encounter this person. Alright, so what do you do, Lucky Sevens?
Well,
I'm dropping.
let's see. Yep. What is Lagan doing? I can't just drop concentration on him if he's like 50 feet up in the air.
So immediately after the miniature sun ignites in the window, Lagan is going to fly down to attack this guy.
Okay.
Perfect. I'm going to hold concentration until Lagan is approximately 10 feet above him, and then I'm going to disable the spell so he has a little bit of that 10 feet of drop on him, quite literally.
Okay, and Kurobe is doing about the same thing. So, I'm going to allow you both to make attack rolls at advantage, because you get a surprise round.
Okay, question. For this attack round, with what Arya is about to do, am I attacking with my skills or the birds?
You're attacking with your own.
Because I'm disabling it right beforehand. I have another question. With the velocity of an owl swooping down, immediately turning into the several hundred pounds that is Lagan, does that add...
It is the reason he has
momentum bonus.
No, there is no momentum bonus. It is the reason he has advantage.
Okay, that tracks.
I also have an action I can perform.
Okay, what action are you performing? You
Well,
all basically have a surprise round to do something.
Effectively, he's flat-footed at this point. So I am going to end up using my inherent ability for web. I need a DC 12 strength check.
Okay, so you're shooting a web at him. DC's 12 strength. Well, let me actually pull up an actual statistics sheet. Give me one moment. Okay. Okay. So DC 12 strength saving throw?
That is correct.
Okay. That is 14.
Damn.
So he's not trapped in your web. But
Oh,
he
wait.
does get the drop on... He does get the drop literally on him by Lagon and Kurobe. Now, are you unarmed striking, or are you striking with weapons?
I am going to tackle him.
I was going to use my Eldritch Claw tattoo.
Okay. To claw at him?
Well, for a minute, I can make it an Eldritch Maul that I can reach up to 15 feet away from me with inky tendrils from my tattoo.
Okay. So you're dropping on him and you're shooting your...
I'm activating my Eldritch Maul.
Okay. So is that a
tattoo.
ranged or melee attack?
It's a melee.
Melee. Okay. Because that would determine whether you still get your advantage or not. But since it's not a ranged attack, it's a melee attack, you still get your advantage.
Yeah.
And Kurobe is tackling, so that would be a strength, an unarmed strength attack roll.
It's not in athletics?
So.
No.
Okay. An unarmed strength.
1d6. Okay.
I'm pretty sure I have...
So.
Because I'm going to do this versus his AC.
Okay.
Okay.
So, attack roll for
This
Lagan.
is strength. Dirty 20.
Okay, that'll hit.
Mine's a dirty 20 as well.
Okay, roll damage.
6 points of force damage.
Okay. And since Kurobe was going for a tackle, rather than real damage to be, you're going to cause him to go prone.
Yeah, I want to basically get him in a bear hug until we identify him as a vampire, whether or not we need to murder him or not.
Okay. So you have tackled him. He is hurt for 6 force damage.
7.
7 force damage. Vanya, Arya, what are y'all doing?
Is he within 60 feet of me?
Yeah, because this house isn't even that big.
Dissonant Whispers.
Okay.
Roll a wisdom save, please.
Wisdom saving throw. Okay.
Are we just killing this man? Outright?
That's all of 12.
Oh, he fails. That's fun. He's taking 3d6 psychic damage, and he has to try to move as far away from me as he can.
Ah. Okay. So he he has to run if he can.
And that's 9 points of damage.
Okay.
Which, Robe is holding him, so...
Yeah.
I'd like to see him try.
Good luck with running.
It was how much psychic damage?
9.
9. Okay. Well. Alira, doing something?
Well, at this point,
Oh, you did the web attack. Okay.
yeah. Okay, like, was
Yeah.
the quickest
yeah.
round ever.
You did the web attack. That means that Ari is the only one who has something left to do.
Yes. Mechanics wise, would dropping the counterspell function as an action?
No,
or
that is
reaction?
free.
That is free. Okay. Then I'm just going to do the thing that makes sense to me in this given moment because I don't want any hostages. Looking into the window, I'm going to cast Protection from Evil and Good on our client.
She is in the closet. You do not see her.
Oh shit, you're right. Actually, that's probably for the best. Let's pretend that is not. I don't know shit. I know. I think I'm gonna try and convince him to just not move.
Okay. So you're gonna make a persuasion check.
Yes. Well, yes.
Okay.
I'm like thinking about it after him being like completely bombarded in this situation.
Just kind of shouting, "Don't move."
Yeah. Freeze, we have you apprehended.
Okay.
Do anything, I can guarantee you're probably going to get your complete butthole ripped open. So let's just stop.
Okay. Make
That's.
an intimidation check.
I figured it was an intimidation check. Okay, that's not terrible. 16 plus 4. So
Dirty
20. Dirty 20.
Yep, and he got all of 12, so he's doing exactly as you asked.
Arya's like
He
that
is just
meme of
stopped, tackled. He's been bombarded with some pain in his head, and bombarded with some pain on his body. He's just shouts, "Fuck!"
Okay. All right. Let's have a calm, polite conversation. We just have some questions. We're just going to work this through. You've been caught red-handed in this rather questionable act. So, Arya looks to Lagan and points at him. I need you inside the head of a vampire.
I'm sorry, what?
That's what you are, right?
A vampire?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
What are you talking about, woman? I'm a wizard.
That sounds sus. Can I insight?
Of course you can.
Yeah, I'd
Can
love
I
to as
offer
well.
like advantage on that or something?
Holy shit. That was a nat 20. Plus 1.
Never
Natural.
mind, I'm not gonna bother rolling. You got this.
Right?
Yep. He says he's a wizard.
Proby's just squeezing.
He says he's a wizard. Wizards can polymorph, so can sorcerers. But you don't buy a damn word of what this guy is saying. This guy, pale as he is, his eyes are kind of glazed over, like they're not alive. Like he's not even looking at you with his eyes, basically. He's looking at you with his whole head just kind of swivel. Just, he's caught in the act, and he doesn't exactly know what to do in this moment, as you have surprised him entirely. He's baffled.
If you are nothing more than a mere wizard, why do you sneak into this woman's house once a week? Every week.
She invited me.
I don't know. It sounds like there's no consent here.
Arya at this point ends up snapping a little bit of the mandibles and starting to lean in. For anybody who is interested in trying to read the body language of a spider, at this point, Alira is convinced there is one way to be sure whether he's a wizard or a vampire. Unfortunately, what she's suggesting is the taste test.
Oh
Which,
oh dear.
Intimidation tactics.
all right, what do you think? Is he a
I think you've
vampire or a
asked us
wizard?
on our questions.
Alira. Alara.
And truthfully, before my friend here takes a big nip out of you.
Will that tell us if he's a
And he
vampire?
points to a lyra dangling from the ceiling, I'm assuming, coming down.
You know, the biggest thing in the room that eats up most of the ceiling.
Giant
Groby's,
black widow dropping down.
Groby's laying
Over its
on
cowering
Groby's laying
floor.
on the floor, holding the can, and looking at a giant spider descending above him. And if that's not the most goddamn terrifying thing I've ever seen in my 60-some years of adventuring.
She invited you in
Yes.
once.
Repeatedly.
And you have tortured and tormented. Really, because I didn't see anyone say anything about an invitation when you opened the window and set off the little sunlight there. And there's still a little miniature sun sitting in the window where he opened.
Yeah, he's
Window.
trying not to look at it at the moment.
All right, someone test and see if this man's
There
a
was no
vampire.
invitation with that.
Okay, well, if that is your request, then we shall do so. I'm a bite his hand.
You're gonna bite his head. All right.
Hey, look, a giant spider is fully capable of digesting a human being.
Make a bite attack at advantage.
Turn all that vitae into soup. Delicious gelatinous goop.
Well, it's not a natural 20, but what it is a 19 plus plus 4, so 23.
I mean, that'll pierce skin.
Yep.
So roll damage.
Okay. Let's see. That's 1 point of piercing damage and 3 points of poison. Target and must succeed a DC 9 Constitution savings throw or take poison damage. So he will take 3 additional points of damage if he did. Oh no, that's a spider, not giant spider. Sorry, my bad. Giant spider is a D8 plus 3 piercing damage, and that's going to be a total of 10, and plus 2d8 poison damage, and he needs to make a DC 11 check. He'll be taking 15 points of poison damage if he can take that kind of thing.
I'm trying to determine if he can. Okay, so I'm not seeing an immunity to poison. No. So.
All right, what does he taste like?
Well,
I'm pretty sure I know if I'm biting into something that is dried out and rotten, and dead.
pretty damn dry, but you get your poison in.
Yeah.
So what was the overall damage?
That
one
would be
piercing and
25.
25.
25. If you are or not, no, it's 10 piercing. Remember, I accidentally was looking at the regular spider profile, not the giant spider profile.
He's
So 10 for the piercing.
half to 5 because he's resistant.
Okay. And then proceeds to take 15 points of poison damage. He must make a Constitution saving throw. And he'll take the poison on or the damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. 15.
Okay.
The poison damage reduces the target's points to 0. The target is stable, but poisoned for 1 hour.
He saves. So that is instead 7 points.
You ever see that reaction a spider has when it ends up feeling something is a little too big for the web right now, or is thrashing too much against the web? Yeah, she does that as she kind of starts to peel back a bit. It's very explicitly showcasing the taste test has failed.
Okay, so
Okay.
this brings us back to what we thought. Would you guys like to kill him now?
I'm going to interject because he is going to take his own action,
Mm-hmm.
and he's going to change into a cloud of mist.
Is that a spell?
No, it is not. It is an ability.
Can he
I
do
see.
that when there's sunlight?
Oh, you know what?
If I remember right.
We have a little
Because daylight
interstellar
spell is
still.
considered sunlight for the case of immunities and damages and things.
Yes.
He can't shape change then. Instead, he's going to try and throw Karobe off of him. So opposing strength checks, please.
Oh, this will be good.
Athletics?
Get it, Karobe.
Yes, opposing athletics.
This is incredibly futile.
That is a 16, so 29.
Why do you resist?
Because that's in his nature.
Oh,
He got all of 14, so yes, he is still grappled.
I could have
wow.
rolled a natural 1 and still tied him.
Holy moly. Wow, Mr. Wizard. I wonder if the college would really like to hear and appreciate the story of you invading a poor woman's home, as verified by an adventuring company such as us.
So, alright, what are we doing? Because we can just end him right now. I'll hold him for you.
You do see that his wounds do start to regenerate.
Well,
No, sunlight.
Uh,
Wait, does it work in sunlight, or does he have to take radiant or fire?
I think it might be a
Oh,
case of
shit. Yes, he's in sunlight. Never mind.
You can't do shit.
He can't
He's
do
stuck
nothing.
here. Okay.
He's basically
He's in
human in
sunlight.
sunlight.
There's a reason I keep saying there's a miniature sun sitting in the window where he.
No, I'm still reading the actual stat block to figure out if sunlight actually affects
Fair.
these abilities. So
That's fair.
Okay.
I don't
That's
have it memorized. You kidding
I'm
me?
just gonna look up.
Hold your horses,
Look-
Karobe. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. We're going to just discuss this really fast. Do we actually want... Better question, who are you? Do you have pockets? Where's your ID? Maria's just gonna start... like,
Go ahead and shake him down.
go through his
Ali-
pockets, trying to find some form of identification, try to figure out who this guy is in any sort of mortal sense.
Looking over his clothing, the first thing that pops out to you is that it is very similar to Cypher's.
Curious. Must go to the same tailor. What's your name?
What does it matter? You're going to kill me.
Well, no, we have to figure out whether or not we should bring you in for criminal intent first. Look, I'm just saying.
And you know
Okay.
that the sunlight is going to kill me too. So either way, you're sentencing me to death, lady.
Okay. Semantics. Bigger question, broader question at hand. I learned somewhere that vampires can live off of animal blood. Why are you coming after her?
Because she is my favorite. Don't you have a favorite meal?
I do, but it's certainly not another person.
It's another animal.
I imagine as soon as Arya says that, everybody has that awkward glance towards Alira. It's certainly not another person.
Roby's blissfully ignorant.
Look,
It's for the best, really.
We can't exactly have him held. He can just... He gets away. He can transform into things and run away. I think the best place to do is just destroy it. As unsavory as that is.
You would destroy me simply because I walked out of my home for a meal tonight?
Well, you subsist on the blood of others
And you
to
subsist on the
maintain.
meat of animals.
We don't terrorize the
Technically, you
animals
are
first.
dead, so. Well, undead.
I think this is a semantics question.
Yes.
As your
Yes, it is.
as your friend kindly so brought up.
Well, I
You
like to
argue
think of the
semantics,
minds of.
and I say that you are a natural thing
I agree with Lagan.
that, in order to survive,
I-
must exist on the blood of others, regardless, to unnaturally extend the length of your life. So yes, I would kill you. It's not the first time. I'm pretty sure it won't be the last.
I'm
Dagger
with
that
him.
wanders too far into the village must be removed. But God, this question was posed earlier. Alira, I need your help.
Well, there are chitters.
She's kind of helping Kurobe tackle him at the moment, in a way. In spider form.
What? I mean, what do you think is, I guess, the path we should take?
And I imagine there's this unnerving little moment when you end up seeing, like, this giant black widow, its legs coming together and molding at the seams, the form starting to shift, listening to the chitin just crunching and shifting form and becoming more malleable until you end up seeing Alira back in her normal state, as she's currently on top of it. This thing, which is being held down by Kurobe, making for a very interesting sandwich opportunity when she leans in on it. I caught a fly. Nature's course.
And you would do so again to a fellow of yours should he transform. I can smell it on you, old man. You've been bitten.
If I turned into something like you, I'd gladly have him cave in my head if there is no cure. I will not take innocent blood like that. I will not terrorize a woman in the night.
Moral
The fact that
superiority.
that's justice. That's the right way.
So I guess I'll ask again. Sir,
Madam,
before we raise a grave for you, to what do we owe the name of it? She kneels down to him and just brushes some of his hair out of his face.
do you also name your animals that you slay? Do you also lead your prisoners with just numbers to their slaughter?
I would like to honor at least some facsimile of dignity to them.
And yet, regardless of whether I tell you my name or not, my fate is sealed. Because you want to know my name so it'll ease your conscience. But some would argue that I am no longer the man I used to be. That name is no longer fitting.
Then my question is to you, sir. Why do you think you are not owed that dignity?
Because you apparently follow something that is dictated that my kind should not be.
It is not what you are, it is what you have done. He is against what you are. I am against what you have done.
I'm just hungry.
Do I need to roll a persuasion check?
Yes.
Okay. Consider it
You'll
done.
get a bardic inspiration for that.
Oh, good. So 11 plus my 8 is 19. What's the bardic?
A
D6.
D6.
D6. Whee! That's 3. So 19, 20, 21, 22.
Which beats out his 12. If
Humor
you
me.
must know, you may call me Bastion.
Bastion. I'm sorry to have met you like this.
No, you're not.
To you, I wish you a peaceful rest. May this curse burden you no longer.
I am not the one burdened.
Aria just closes her eyes and doesn't acknowledge that.
Okay. And
Look
Lagan,
on.
you're muted.
Lagan looks at everyone and says, y'all have got this, alright?
Anybody wants to do this, I'm holding him. Either the hammer or what?
Pretty sure Karube has him pretty good. Ari's got the discussion, Alira's got the intimidation.
Mm.
Something about we needed proof for this to get our payment. Lagan is going to go look for one of the guards to show the proof that they have
Well,
this.
we had to show proof to the client.
The woman who...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's the one who issued the
She
job.
said
Okay,
that we
so-
don't have to.
so
We can take
instead
our
of
word
going to
for it.
look for the guard, Lagan is going to go back to the room where Kaz and the lady are staying and say, I think we have the proof that you need.
She's in the closet and she's not coming out until you finish the job.
Oh, so she's in the closet?
Yeah,
At the
house,
house.
you can hear
Yes.
Karobe's
Okay,
calling for you to get
gotcha.
your hammer.
So she can hear everything that's being said and done.
Basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't need to. Well, you surrendered yourself to this, so you will die this night. Final death. There will be no more of you.
Only more will come.
More will come. Then more will die.
So be it. He's not
How many
resisting.
more?
Well,
Start with the toes.
Oh God.
I'm not holding him for that long. Karobe,
If he proceeds to end up going with it, I will, and maybe an uncharacteristic moment, I'll just end up shifting and take his whole head off.
Okay.
How many more?
And the body goes to dust.
does it leave anything behind?
The clothing.
I'll get someone to sift through that. I want to stand up and dust myself off.
Lagan would call the dish.
Okay.
And when
Go ahead.
when that ends up happening, after just witnessing this seeming moment, Lyra will end up taking his head off with a single bite of her larger form before shifting back very quickly, coughing up ash at this point.
Oh, yeah, it's disgusting.
Makes a poor meal before she kind of stumbles out in a coughing fit, like she needs to just get away from the group for a minute. It's very clear something has angered her, very much so. But
leaving the rest of you with a pile of ash and some purplish clothing that, Vanya, you would recognize. Some of the markings are very old Shadowhar.
Huh. She's gonna shake the ash out of them and gather them up, show Cypher. He might have answers to them.
I'm gonna look over to Vanya. Vanya, can you take care of the stuff with the client?
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk off after Alira.
Alright. After a little bit of coaxing, Vanya, the client, is convinced by the clothing and the ash presented that you have done a job well done, and she hands you 1,000 gold in a sack, and seems very relieved that her torment is over.
And Vanya, of course, will help clean up the ash.
So, Kurobe, you went after Alira. Alira kind of walked off in a bit of a huff, seeming a little bit upset. She eventually stops.
I'm just gonna lean up against the wall and wait for her to calm down and turn and acknowledge me.
you hear her spitting curses in deep tongue, deep speech. It's just speaking on, and it's the weirdest sounds when you end up hearing her speak in deep speech, because her typically more elvish voice, that air of grace and elegance, suddenly is subsumed to something that is sounds that mimic something that should not come from a humanoid mouth. Before she ends up taking a moment. That was... How do you stomach that?
The actor trying to eat it.
I understand the wishing to destroy it. I understand his distaste for those that are in between. I understand the position, but what? That's what constitutes as justice now in the above world. You're going to kill him anyway. Why end up here prolonging it? To end up here creating undue suffering to what end? The punishment does not end up causing for penance, nor does it end up causing anything for rehabilitation. So what is it? Self-satisfaction? My people, when they... My people at a time were much akin. With acts that I dare not speak aloud. She continues to ramble this in Elvish. There is...
Oh, are you only speaking Elvish?
Yep.
For the moment.
Don't worry.
Okay, because if you don't speak common at all, Kroby's just going to look at you funny.
Probably. I don't think Alira clocked that just yet, though. I hear talk of justice. I wish to observe it in its upper world, in the world above. And I've tried. I've tried to respect your laws and customs. I've tried to understand the world above, but tonight what I saw was cruelty. For the sake of cruelty. To something you view as an abomination. I would not even subject illithids to such things, as it would end up staining my soul and take us back to the dark at times. But you wantonly, brazenly keep it here captive, ask it questions. There was no interrogation. There was no reason for it other than to end up seeing something suffer. You put yourselves at risk to prolong its misery. Holding on to a wounded animal is a quick way for the situation to get out of control. There was no reason. It was captured. It was ready to die. And it was like as though it became at peace with that. That angered you here so much. That was the point that was unjust. Then she throws a very weak fist into the wall in frustration. You end up seeing her as and I imagine this entire speech is given to you in this, her waving her hands around, pacing back and forth, her voice rising up until this
Rambling,
moment of
yeah.
frustration as she ends up speaking her mind. But what is she doing? She's not while she may be acknowledging you, she's screaming to the winds, the gods, to the Lord, whoever would listen, whatever would listen, as she. This has clearly upset her in a way that. In a way that I don't think one would care to understand, in truth. Even despite her actions.
Can I make an insight check to kind of pick up a little bit of, like, at least body language?
I wouldn't even roll an insight. I think she's pretty blatant about it, even if you don't understand the language.
Okay, well,
you
I
don't
know she's
understand
angry,
the Elvish
but...
that's coming out of her mouth, but you understand the body language. She is furious.
Okay.
There is something that really just set her off into anger, to the point that she's defaulting to one of her home languages, to the point where she's not speaking in common to you anymore.
Yeah.
You've picked that up, at least. You could try to calm her down, try to interject, try to tell her, I don't understand what you're saying. What do you do?
Roby knows that she's venting and that, and I think he would just kind of he just would nod and like reach into his pouch for a wineskin and point to his mouth and point to her and offer the wineskin to wash her mouth out and get the taste out. And she's just going to kind of look there and kind of look down, like, because he doesn't like that they had to do that. But
for now, he doesn't understand what part of that has upset her.
no.
He takes a moment.
Probably becomes very clear that he's not understanding the elvish coming out of your mouth.
Isn't that just the cherry? Isn't that just the cherry on top, right? Well, I imagine she would end up looking at it, kind of lower her head for a moment. Taking a deep breath, elongated sigh. She just looks up at the night. The stars, the moon, city skyline. And I think she needs to walk away for a minute. Still processing what it is that she just witnessed. She understands the need for cruelty, and as some animals can't kill swiftly. She understands the need for consumption. She understands all of this, but that moment where a holy man gave way to cruelty, and all she's reminded of the dark times. Wealth was not always so beneficent, especially with her people. The flames, the chains, the cages. Rivers swathed with blood. That was the way of her people at one time. So the legend goes. If only such barbarity would have stayed in the past. Here, apparently it's celebrated. That unfathomable cruelty. Makes her wonder of the old times. But she just walks into the night. A moment away.
Alright. Lyra just walks up into the night, leaving you, Karobe, in the alleyway where you had met up with her, without saying another word in common.
Unless she like tries to get him to slip, he would stay way back, but he's worried about her, and would just kind of stay like a couple blocks behind and just keep an eye on her and make sure she's okay. but
Which
not
isn't
gonna bother.
unusual in this city because there are others walking down the main streets. They're well lit. They're it's relatively safe neighborhood as far as you can tell. As far even getting back to the main thoroughfares in the city. So, but you keep your distance. Let her have her space, but still be close enough that should she find herself in a situation that she need assistance, you're merely 100 feet, 150 feet away. Leaving the rest, Vanya, Lagan, Arya, after collecting the reward from your client, you all, with Zephyr, stand in front of this house. Korobe and Arya, Alira have seemed to walked off in the night.
Arya also left the scene.
Oh, okay.
She left after getting the dude's name.
Okay. Leaving Lagan and Vanya. Where do you go? What do you do?
Vanya's going to go track down Arya.
Okay. Arya, how hard are you making yourself to find?
Very hard, because Spectre IRL wants break.
Okay. All right. Well, then, eventually, you all will meet up in the Tumbled Wench when we get back, and you'll have had your long rest. Whether you've actually spoken to each other, well, you'll probably walk in on each other falling asleep. So, no one has spoken just yet until the morning. But we'll come back to that here in just a few moments, so we'll take a quick break, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Where we had left off, the Lucky Sevens had kind of split off into their own directions for the moment to contemplate things that may have been perceived in the slaying of this vampire. Korobe heard a bit of a ramble from Alira in Elvish, which he didn't necessarily understand the language she was using, but he could definitely tell that she was upset before she walked away again. And everyone went to sleep in an appropriate place. Arya and Kaz went off to the ship to go and oversee some things going on as far as the loading of the ship for the purposes of the cargo, and which leaves the rest of you at the Tumbled Wench with your rooms. I believe it was multiple between you all. I believe it was split 50-50, the gents and the ladies, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. So, you would be in rooms appropriate to the ladies and the gents. What do?
I would like to talk to Lagan for a minute.
You are in the same room.
I see him reading that book.
Mm-hmm.
It's a red sort of leather-bound book with a with kind of an embossed flaming skull in the center of it.
You seem to know a lot about the vampire last night. How did you learn all this?
It was the basis of my training as a cleric. The undead things are not natural and should not be allowed to exist. However, the more extensive knowledge I have gained, well, from reading this book, there is a large section that the writer of the journal has dedicated to the life and times of one such being and the knowledge that they possessed.
Did it have anything about creating others? Or how
Yes.
to cure it?
Definitely about creating more.
Yes, it does tell the method of the creation of vampires. And as outlined by this book, it would be...
You would know that the individual in question had fought bravely against a troll, had been bitten prior to that, and when he died, he then rose up again and seemed to be no worse for wear otherwise. Seemed to be the same person, exactly the same mannerisms. Everything seemed to be fine, except he now had fangs and a thirst for blood, which the author notes he dived right into that troll and drank the rest of that blood dry.
It seems to my knowledge that a bite is all that is required for such a curse or disease to be transported to another individual.
I was afraid you want to say that. I think I'm going to go try to find some answers today.
You would also know that attempts to remove curse, as in per the spell, were unsuccessful.
Right. what is your newfound curiosity with this Karobe?
You do remember that I was bitten, don't you?
When? In the fight before, yes. Oh, shite. And as far as I'm aware, remove curse does not work. In the removing the things I have access to are ineffectual at removing this. There is more research to be done into this area, and sadly, not the way I would like to do this, but if it proves true, I can continue the research with you if you are not too averse to it.
I'm going to look for answers today and tomorrow while we're waiting for our cargo. But I don't want to take up your time if you have other things to do. But I want to get the information if I can.
Well, you do that, and I have investigations of my own to delve into.
Okay. And he'll get up and kind of clap you on the shoulder like, thanks for taking the time. It's good being back with you all.
I'm glad you survived and made it back. It's, wow, what a day.
Well, it sounds like even if I didn't survive, I would have made it back anyways.
Possibly, it's not guaranteed. I don't know the exact mechanism, and it's not written down of how this happens, but it seems to be similar to my knowledge of werewolves, that a bite is all that is required to transmit the curse, but not necessarily a guarantee that it transmits.
Well, I'll see what I can find out today. Let's go get some food, though. It was a long night last night.
Yes, after you.
I'll head on downstairs.
All right. And the ladies will wake up together. Elira and Vanya.
Vanya is reaching out to Professor Steifer
Okay.
about the clothing.
So you just say the magic words like you usually do.
Yep, like I usually do. Probably confuse the fuck out of Elira.
Yeah, because she does say so out loud to Cypher. To to you in the room, more or less. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Never-
I figured you might find it interesting.
Didn't think they'd made it this far south. Keep an eye out.
Apparently. There's another problem. It wasn't by this one, but Kirby was bitten. By the first one we ran into.
Oh. And you're only telling me this now.
It wasn't at the forefront of my mind. That, and we did lose him in the underground for a little while.
Kurobe is an interesting vessel. We may have to talk about that more at some other point.
So, if there's any way you can help out, let us know.
I'll make time.
Thank you.
And
With
that's
that, she'll just
all that's
yeah,
said.
she'll set the clothes down on the bed if he wants to stop by and get them. More than welcome to. Well, that's nearly settled. Got any plans today, Alira?
Alera?
Sorry, I spaced out for a second.
Bonnie was just asking you if you had any plans for today.
Oh, sorry. None at this point. I am considering what it is that we encountered. Well, what I encountered was something that, much like Professor Cypher, is something quite old. A living history, so to speak. Were it any other thing, still naturally alive, I'd have all manners of question. But as an adventurer, we were hired to do a job. We did so. I can still taste the ash. And yet, this city confounds me.
How so?
Perhaps it's for all our time on the road and in the wilderness and the snow and mountains. Now, seeing the light rail, seeing the towers of stone, steel, and glass, seeing the wonders that has been produced. It's also strange.
I
Yeah.
bet it is. Go on.
No. I'm just confounded by it all. It's like your first time crawling in an ant colony. An open air ant colony. That's what I'm seeing. And she kind of looks to the severed head on her staff, now draped with a cloth to hide some of it, as avoids most gawkers, at least at the just at a glance. I wonder what he would have said if he saw such sights. What pearls of wisdom would be offered in exchange for a... I guess it doesn't matter now.
Though you do have fond memories.
Blunt used to offer a lesson, often spoken with a little bit of a venomous tongue, when he ended up observing me encountering something in the wild for the first time. When he said you take the form of something, you do so to understand it. Understand its very nature. Now that is simple enough for me for beasts. But one can only become an ant. One cannot become a hive. Observing this, seeing how much they change everything. Is this what invites things like that vampire? The unnatural things? Vampires may be strong during the day, but during the night, but during the day, nature would probably have it consumed by some form of scavenger animal. Perhaps one of the many birds that we see flying about consume carrion. Perhaps the insects or something of the such. But in the city, no such thing exists. Perhaps the vampire's natural enemy is the wild. You change the place, you change its nature. I'm unsure what that means. Even our cohort who's traveled with us, Kinwin, had a circle of druids to end up encountering, to end up speaking. But I'm very far away from my people. And even those who end up seeing the aspects of a druid, or those who end up understanding the nature of a druid, would find me odd. I observe nature and try and end up pulling what pearls of wisdom it hath to offer. But in the city, it's harder to see the parallels, though some things remain constant, as the vampire proved, both predator and prey.
I wish I had something to offer you here, but I'm a stranger to the city myself. Where I come from, it's not even a fraction of this size. Feels odd to me being in a city this big.
And how do you deal with it? It's just me, you, and your little dog, too?
I try not to focus on it so much.
Try not to focus on it so much.
And I understand that doesn't necessarily work for everyone. The city is a beast of its own.
A beast of its own. A curious statement, isn't it? Still, I am ever at the disposal of the rest of the Lucky Sevens. If you have something you wish to end up doing, then by all means.
Why don't we go and see if there's any small jobs to do outside of the city? I think we still have another day or so before it was ready. Get the two of us out of the city, back into the wilderness. But
Even that is somewhat alien to me.
yeah, but it's gotta be better than being surrounded by all these buildings.
Maybe. If it wasn't so sickening, I would probably feel more at home in the sewers. But we knew how that turned out.
body thing. Not so common occur.
Yeah, she looks like she's about to throw up just thinking about it.
Oh, yeah.
And I do apologize for that mess. I not expecting the body to be there. But let's go see if the boys have anything more important to do. Make our way out to the boards.
All right. Two of you gather your things, head down to the main lobby area, main sort of sitting area of the Tumbled Wench Tavern, and find the boys are sitting waiting for breakfast to arrive. Actually,
Yeah, Kurobi would have ordered breakfast and paid for it. And he would have also probably got a thing of a somewhat weaker wine and did sort of like a somewhere between the cross of a mulled wine and like a sangria with like fruit and stuff in it for breakfast.
okay, like
After the
very
night last
mild,
night.
very lightly
Yeah.
alcoholic morning breakfast sort of wine. Okay.
With some of his like spices and fruits and stuff that he has in his supplies.
Yeah. And that sort of thing is available here at this particular Tumbled Wench because you are staying in a relatively nice side of town, and with this being the headquarters city of the Tumbled Wench as a franchise, it's definitely got more of the amenities. There are several Tumbled Wench in the city of Colcaster in general. This one being one of the smaller ones. The sort of headquarters, in a such, is a much taller building with a lot more expensive amenities, as it is in the sort of rich side of town. The rich side of town being the top of the cliff hill. You're kind
That's
of like
like
somewhere
the
in the
Hilton.
middle.
We're in like Motel 8.
Yeah, I would even say a little bit more ritzy than Motel 8. Maybe like a Best Western.
Yeah, that's it. They have the continental breakfast and everything.
Yeah, exactly. Breakfast is included with your room. So. But yes, the main one in the city is very much a very tall, ritzy hotel.
Okay.
After all, a city isn't a city without a Tumbled Witch.
And this one has multiple.
It does. But you have breakfast. You have a lovely wine that's probably more like a fruit punch. And you are free to converse and or go about your business today. What do?
Vanya. Can you do me a favor?
What's up?
Can you tell our friend here I'm sorry that I couldn't understand the words that she used, but I got the idea of her anger. I'm sorry.
Vonnie would translate.
Of course,
You're muted.
you're muted, Derek. But also, you do have the Helm of Comprehend language.
Oh yeah, I was making the mention of that. It's kind of hilarious because that was a one-way problem, I assure you. But I find it adorable that he thinks that's like because he has no reason to know. He has no reason to know,
He doesn't
right?
know.
Like he just presumes she doesn't speak any languages I understand. I presume that that's the other way around too.
And the way that we had
So
described
Vanya just plain into it, just goes ahead and translates.
and the way that we had described the Helm of Comprehend language, it's not exactly a helmet either. So she's not really wearing anything that would indicate that it isn't part of her usual garb.
Yeah.
Except maybe of a of a crown or some kind of tiara or something
Hell, it might be buried underneath that chitin that she ends up wearing, or
on the side.
mangled
Yeah,
under her hair, right?
yeah.
Well, that,
Um,
that as far as Kirby knows, she could wear that all the
Mm-hmm.
Eh,
Yep.
But no, she just she nods, realizing because she was so upset with what was going on. She didn't even realize she didn't even stop to think that
She had stopped.
he was there, not able to understand anything. She thought he was being polite.
which he was, but it's
No, it wasn't being polite. Being polite is a choice. For you, it was a lack of options.
I had the option to walk away, and I stood there and let her vent.
Still a lack of options. But
Yeah.
she would kind of nod, and she would say, "Thank you."
Is she being cheeky or is she being very serious in this moment?
No, this is her being serious. It's just as we've earlier established, she doesn't understand common and has been trying to pick it up. Unfortunately, it requires her to end up learning a whole new way of enunciating.
Which she's been coming along quite well.
I'll have to try to maybe learn a language. And he'll kind of like, I wonder, does she speak any languages I do? And he'll just cycle through a couple of languages and see if any of them.
I imagine it's a back and forth when, as they're trying to narrow it down, because we've done this out of character, but it's kind of hilarious on this idea. You know, you start in one language, he responds in another. Nope, don't understand that one. You respond in another language, I respond in another. But it goes back and forth. It's just missed communication, literally missed communication, back and forth until
Actually,
it's like
two
with the helm-
polylinguists that shared nothing.
yeah.
With the helm,
with
you
the
would
helm,
be able to understand
with
what
the
he's saying.
helm, but she knows the difference on when it's the helm making her understand and when it's something she knows, right?
Oh yeah.
You know, it's the equivalent of knowing when I understand a language or when I'm using Google Translate.
Yeah. The helm of comprehend languages is basically Google Translate.
No, so it translates everything poorly too.
Well, it does an adequate job.
I understand his sentiment when you end up referring to my paternal figure has the scent of ripened grapes. Your father smelled of elderberries, for those not getting the reference.
Yes. Literally translated. Without the nuance of what exactly that means.
But I think today I'm going to go try to research. I don't know. I'm going to hope that someone at the library can help me.
What are you researching?
He's going to just kind of rub the back of his side of his neck. Options.
Ah, yeah. Speaking of that, I did let Professor Cypher know about your bite from before. I do not know when, but there is a chance sooner or later he will be stopping by to speak to you or all of us about that. So, heads up on that.
Okay.
And if
I'm still
anyone
not
knows
sure about
anything,
that
it should
guy.
be him.
Yeah, I'm still not sure about that guy. How have you guys dealt with him since us meeting him? Is he okay, or what kind of person is he?
He's okay. He's... As far as I understand it, he's been keeping it ours.
The last time that I saw him, you slugged him in the face.
To be fair, I had good reason for that.
Yes, so that's
But-
you can see my confusion.
He's helped out quite a bit since then.
Okay. Well, if you guys have trust in him, I will extend the same.
He and Seltzer are also patients of mine.
That's a long, complicated story in of itself.
I want people right now, so we'll deal with that another day. Unless it's need to know.
Yeah. Like I said, if anyone knows anything that it might be him. Considering he knows damn near about everything else.
He does seem to be a big fountain of knowledge.
Wow. I'm going to spend my days, the last days in this place researching. But on the voyage, do you think you can teach me a little bit of Elvish so I can conversate with our friend?
Sure, I've been teaching Lagan, so I can teach you too.
Okay. I know it's harder to teach me, but...
If I have to, I'll beat it into you.
Promise?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe we can get Arya to join in.
No, and he's going to look down his clear plate and, like, drain the last of his glasses, like... Well, if you have no need of me, I'm going to try to get an early start.
Lyra and I are gonna go look for odd jobs outside of the city. To do out in the wilderness and all that. Get away from these tall-ass fucking buildings.
Well, you ladies have fun. Nothing too dangerous.
Of course not.
I don't like that. Groby's just gonna. I don't like that smile. I know what that smile means. He's just gonna keep talking to himself as he walks out the door.
If you find anything or think you need any help, let me know.
And Groby will just wave as he's walking out.
Alright. Well, that leaves Lagan to divulge what it is he's doing tonight, or today.
I am going to... No, okay. I am going to continue our research into the bodies. In the city. I think I'll start by talking to the guards that removed the body and see if I can go further.
They're easy enough to find. You find a guard and they lead you to sort of a guardhouse where you imagine lots of the mundane work of being a guard takes place. That not all of it is patrol. Some of it is filing and paperwork and other such things, such as conversing with colleagues about this and that. And there are plenty of guard houses around the city for that sort of thing, as a base of operations for individuals to call their primary workplace. But you find one of these guard houses, and they have a whole department specifically on investigating suspicious deaths and things like that. So you get in touch and you find this particular individual that you had spoken to before eventually, and lets you know that thankfully there has not been another sighting of another body like this, but he's happy to ask you questions about what it is that you might know.
I only know of the finding of the body, but Lagan would take a map and ask where were the other bodies found. Is there a pattern to this? Is there a specific amount of time between one being found and another being found?
It's going to take a little convincing for him to divulge investigative, sensitive details. So make a persuasion check.
Yay. -1 is 19.
You seem like a trustworthy face. He's not met. He'll let you know that he's not met many Goliaths in his time. They typically are found on the other side of the world, which, there could be some camaraderie going on between the two of you about, yes, I am from the other side of the world, and, doing a little bit of conversing of what that side of the world is like, blah, 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 some small talk before getting into the nitty-gritty of some of the details. And since you've been able to kind of get a little bit of rapport going with him, he doesn't go into a massive amount of detail, but he does point to several other locations in the city map that these individuals were found, that thorough investigations of the scenes have already taken place, and according to their conclusions, that they are all related somehow. Some of them have been found discarded, but most have been found almost as if they had been staged. Like it was intentional to be found.
Okay.
And it's got people people all over the city are talking about these sort of weird, sort of ritualistic sort of deals, where there is suspicion amongst the populace that a cult is brewing of some kind, whether that's to, the gods, whether that's to worship the emperor, whether that's wild speculation about who is being worshipped and why it's like these patterns, and why it's got these you find out that that some of the symbols found on clothing of the individuals also had the one-eyed skull, that it all seems to come together in that sort of a fashion, that perhaps, and the investigator kind of speculates, perhaps it's some kind of a warning sign, as I'm not sure if you knew this, but the entirety of the city was built on an old temple. He doesn't know to what god or to what end, but that it was demolished several hundred years ago, and the city just kind of grew up on top of it.
The entire city was an old temple.
So the
Very
legends. If you go back and read some of the older texts of the city, it doesn't exactly state as to the purpose of the building, whether or not it was a temple, whether it was dedicated to a god or multiple gods. All of that being, the sort of superstitions of those without the sufficient knowledge to know that we don't need gods. But people will be superstitious nonetheless.
There are superstitions all over the world.
Yes,
And everyone has.
none of it's consistent. The only thing that is consistent is the sciences and the arcane.
Um, I appreciate your information. You wouldn't mind if I helped out in this investigation as I can while I'm here. Report everything back to you.
Well, yes, that would be anything that you might know, anything that you suspect or might come across, or I don't know, speculate even.
I try to leave speculation out of it, especially with things like this. I try to find as much information as I can. If this is a cult, as
It's
you say, they could possess artifacts and powers that I'm unequipped to deal with.
well, if it's artifacts and things of that sort that they have at their possession, and God, that's by the Emperor forbid.
But I've heard rumors in all of my travels from everywhere of these odd people not being found dead as they are here, but being seen, found, and not always the politest of things that they've been accused of.
Well, perhaps it's a noble hero who is going adventuring forth and cleansing the profane and doing so without taking credit. I can't say that I it would be dismissive of me to favor that outcome, but they are creating a nuisance, at the very least. And of course, people dying in very superstitious and suspicious ways as this is, and creating such havoc as we know it, is going to cause disorder in the city, and I will not have it.
Quietly whisper to him, there were rumors in Dredith. They are attempting, this group is attempting to bring back an old god. Beyond that,
which are you referring to? Because several gods have come and gone, as the tales would say.
I cannot specify. I do not know a name, and as I said, it was only a rumor that I heard in the raid of the same group that you're currently finding the body of around your city. If I could be more specific, I would gladly. I honestly don't know. Because there is no name for all the research that I've done that I can find. This is out of character. There's no
out
research,
of character. It
no,
is only referred to as he who should not be named.
If that is okay. The only thing I've understood or heard whisper of was someone who should not be named.
Doesn't mean a whole lot to me, but there is a lot under the city that we do not know. A lot of it locked away and forbidden from sight. Going anywhere near the sort of old foundations, should you go down below that far, is strictly forbidden by punishment of death, much as anything else religious.
I understand. Thank you.
So, if this is some kind of cult, they should be stamped out.
Yeah. Lagon is going to study the map with the different locations that he got from the guard and see if he can formulate a pattern from this and identify an area to start searching.
Some of the bodies that were found were posed and positioned in a way such as to deface something public. So, a public statue, a public garden, a public foundation of some kind, some kind of public space.
Ritualistically posed and placed in places of public view.
Yes.
In a place where religion is strictly outlawed.
Mm-hmm. That's why there's
Okay.
only a few that they've found this way. Probably only a couple out of these were discarded in such a way that you found the first one that you found.
Right. And this one wasn't necessarily intended to have been found.
No.
Okay. One last question. Have you been able to identify the citizen that we found in the sewers?
Yes. Finally, someone came forward to identify that they were an ostracized cousin.
I see.
No one wants to claim these bodies. That's the first one that's been claimed, really.
Who claimed the body?
Said they were their cousin. And more or less
Okay.
left it at that. They took the body after we had gone through the ritual, the incineration process, and they were given their remains. The others were simply incinerated and housed at the mausoleum. Unknown names.
And he's not going to give me the name of the cousin that claimed this one. So, okay. Got it.
For their protection.
No, I get it. No, I understand. Thank you. Have a nice day.
You as well.
And Lagon will walk out and start trying to continue his investigation.
Okay. Let's see what Kurobe is up to. Kurobe, you said you were going to go to the library, see if you can find out any kind of myth or truth about vampires.
Yeah, Kurobe probably would get dressed into his nice clothes and leave his everything, but well, he'd probably just leave everything locked up in his room.
Okay. So he's going without armor, without weapons.
Yeah. Because let's face it, if anybody attacks him, he's just going to slam him to the ground. And
Just dressed in some standard gear, it's fine.
Yeah.
So.
He probably might have a dagger on him, just in case he needs to cut something. You know, his basic stuff.
Okay. So what you going to the very large library that is here in the city of Colcaster, you have a vast wealth of knowledge at your disposal. And librarians kind of dressed in I wouldn't say ceremonial, because they're not necessarily religious in any way, but they're definitely
Uniforms?
definitely uniformed. And And there are plenty of like historical icons. Like you see like statues and busts and things of that sort of different, of also different important figures. It seems to the Grioran Empire and to Colcaster even specifically. That
Okay.
a lot of that's housed here too. It kind of doubles as a library and museum in a way, where there's a wealth of books to be able to read and research with. You are not allowed to take any of them off of the premises. The
Okay.
the uniformed individuals also seem to serve functionally as guards in a way too. You also see some works of art, but there's not a lot that are hanging up here unless they're like portraits of important figures. This is very much a library with history as its focus,
Okay.
and houses sculptures and works of art and things like that that have a historical significance to the empire. So that is what you see. There's multiple floors. There's lots of stairs to be able to climb the different stacks because they're very, very tall, and even ladders in some cases that are kind of portable along the stacks as well. Mm-hmm. So you are looking for vampirism.
Yes, I would probably go to like one of the people in charge. You can always tell like head librarians or like someone that knows what they're doing.
And this particular person looks like they're a very wizened elf. Very sagely looking, very, very old.
I'm sorry, good morning.
Good morning.
I was wondering if I could look for help here.
Well, there's plenty of things to learn. So what is it you want to learn?
I'm looking for information on a somewhat rarer, I guess you could call it a disease.
Well, there are medical texts throughout this facility. Perhaps you could narrow it down.
I'm looking for something on vampirism.
Oh, vampirism.
Yes.
Condition most foul.
I will agree.
Well, sure. I could lead you to a lot of the historical stacks that would certain adventurers have encountered vampires in both the city, out in the wild, and there's plenty of stories about the encounters of which. What are you looking for specifically?
Ways to cure it.
Cure.
Or combat it.
Ways to cure or combat it. Well, you wouldn't happen to have run across the vampire yourself, have you? He says jokingly, kind of giving you a little elbow in the ribs. He's gonna insight check you.
Okay.
If you're trying to hide that, make a deception check.
I'm a very old adventurer. I've definitely run into things.
I can tell.
I was more laughing like that as a joke.
Yes, indeed. Well, if you're looking for the cure for vampirism, I would say that there have not been any documented cases of a cure being made. Not to the knowledge of the Grioran Empire, of course, and we are the most knowledgeable of all countries. Given
if
how
anybody
much
was doing research on it, I'd like to see if there's any kind of leads I can find.
leads on a cure. I can tell you where to find vampires. They're all from the Shadowhar Empire. or the former Shadowhar Empire. They're no longer an empire. They do come from the Shadowhar region primarily. According to, and he'll name off like some kind of historical text that that indicates such. But according to this particular volume here, is the Shadowhar were running into a environmental crisis. It was freezing over about 100 and so years ago, and well, they and all of their in all of their wisdom, decided that either becoming vampires or heading south would be the best options to combat the extinction of their people. And thus, they made their way to Mesotopia. Thankfully, they did not think to invade the Growing Empire. They steered clear. But a lot of good that did them, as it did mean that the country as a whole did lose their leader eventually, and the collapse of the empire soon fell after, and thus we're in the situation we're in now. But a cure for vampirism? Well, none exists, so far as I know. Or none has been documented as such. Now, to stave off, should you have a companion of yours who's succumbed to this curse by the Emperor, may they be free of it soon, then the best way to stave off such cravings is that one resort to animal blood. If anything, according to the myths, that should work sufficiently well as a sustenance source. But beyond that, well, the best that they can hope for is a well-timed decapitation.
Oh. That seems unfortunate. But
they are intelligent creatures, according to the texts.
Yes, the ones I've encountered so far have seemed as such. But if there's nothing that I can learn like that here, I thank you for your time then. I'm not a very learned man when it comes to book smarts. I appreciate your helping me sort this out.
Well,
I'm sure you saved me a lot of time.
Well, I appreciate you coming by to learn the knowledge. The only thing that plausibly could even be considered a cure, as it's not exactly something that one can do outside of a wish, is to change oneself.
To change oneself?
Yes, to remake yourself. It's theoretically impossible.
Well, sir, and Groby will reach out his hand.
I don't know anyone who could actually cast a wish.
No, I imagine that sounds... I know...
That sort of magic is preposterous.
Yeah, that sounds like a level of magic that I've
no
never
living
even
being
fathomed.
has that kind of power.
But I will keep that in mind. And he'll reach out his hand to shake his hand.
Oh, well,
thank you for your time, sir.
Not a problem at all.
Hopefully, you have a wonderful day.
Oh, you as well.
And then Roby kind of just in his own thoughts, he's going to go wander the market
Okay.
if they have one.
This is a huge capital city of the Empire. Of course they have one. They have multiple.
Okay.
What are you
He's
looking
going
for?
to he's going to look for um any kind of old maps that he can get his hands on
Okay.
of the surrounding areas. And maybe like a book on basic history.
Okay.
And then anything very interesting or shiny.
Are you, when it comes to history, are you talking about history of the Empire or history of the world?
History of the Empire, since that's where he's visiting.
Mm.
This is he has a habit of bringing back maps and stories of for his father.
For home. Yep.
It's because his father cannot travel as the way so this is the way that he gets to learn about everywhere
Yep.
Kurobe goes. And let's be honest, something nice for mom.
Yeah, exactly. Something nice for mom. Between a general sort of, as far as the Grioran Empire history book goes, what you find is something that probably would have been found at a school once, but it might be out of print or it might be out of date. It seems to be an old edition of maybe a school book at a secondhand shop. And so you find that, and you thumb through the pages, and you get a lot of what Vondia's already told you about the Grioran Empire and how the Empire itself established itself a couple hundred years ago, and has really only just hit its stride within the last 100 years. There's stories in there about the Emperor himself. There's stories in there about the construction of the council, just all sorts of kids, all sorts of historical
It's
things
a
written for
social
kids.
studies book.
It's a social
Yeah,
studies
like-
book for the Grioran Empire that some
Yeah.
kid might have used like 5 years ago.
And is there any kind of maybe a gemstone or a type of jewelry that is specific to the Empire?
Specific to the Empire. Okay. There's always, different stones in that are from a little bit of everywhere, but as far as specific to the Empire itself, well, there's always, the insignia of the Empire, which is also on its flags and things like that. So there's always that. But as far as the gemstone goes, that's specific to the area. Make an investigation check.
All right. This will be good. That will be a 17 minus 2 to 15.
Not bad. Okay. Given that that a lot of the region is both desert and forest, there's not a whole lot in the way of mining operations that go on along that go into the that sort of thing. So what you typically find is the the big thing that's found here as far as jewelry is concerned is imitation stones made of glass. And but there are some things that are fairly unique in that they are, you do find also that a lot of vendors also have like blown glass, like knickknacks and things like that. And so they're in like different colors, different shapes. There's a lot of artistry that goes into glasswork because there's plenty of sand in the center of the region. And so you can find glass versions of very rare gems that will cost you a pittance compared to their real counterparts. So if you wanted something to look like a specific thing, but you wanted the imitation of it, you could get it here.
Were there any that would be the same color as. I would look for something that either like goes very well with my mother's colors, or that like reminds me of her.
Like her, like her gemstone spikes that kind of stick out of her head and things like
Yeah.
that. You would absolutely find something that would be in that color, and even that combination of colors if you wanted to custom order it, and it would be done
Yeah, I would.
within a day.
I would definitely have something very nice, like a very nice necklace made for her.
Okay, kind of a swirl of her very rocky
Yeah.
skin and her crystal hair almost. You kind of get a swirl of those colors going, and you make this, and you have this sort of very very perfectly round pendant made. Very 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 beautiful, and it's surrounded by sort of like a gold colored wire, and just kind of set into that with a very thin golden chain that that only really costs you 10 gold.
Okay.
And between 10 gold between that and the the maps in the social studies book that you found to
Thank
go
you.
between all of that. So your souvenirs only cost you 10 gold.
Very nice.
You feel that mom and dad would be very pleased.
Yeah. He'll just kind of like, as he's walking back to, like, just walking around the city, he's probably just going to see what's going on, contemplating and thinking, and find a nice place to sit up and just watch people. He's just going to contemplate and like look at the glass, kind of missing his mother and thinking about his mother and father, and wondering what he can do with what he is, for what he's learned that can happen to him.
Yes, because it's a very frightening prospect. Knowing that you've been bitten, that it's a fairly old injury by this point.
He's
that
going to.
And that according to all of the research that you've done, you will turn when you die. But you also know that you're not quite human, too. So does it affect you being God-touched like you are?
He's going to, like I said, he wanted to look for a quiet place because he also kind of wants to close his eyes and kind of half meditate, half pray for some guidance from Bahamut and see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a spell that would allow you to do that, or are you just hoping?
He's just reaching out because Bahamut has spoke to him and literally bitch slapped him before.
Yes, you have been touched by a god.
Yeah,
quite literally.
It was not a friendly touch at the moment either.
Nope.
So, but he will just try to see if he can reach out.
Okay.
See if there's anything that his path can make, or like any kind of inspiration.
Okay. So he's more or less kind of looking for guidance as to what Bahamut would do given the situation. Is it strictly about the vampirism?
Yeah.
Okay. I will allow you pardon me, to make a religion check.
Religion check?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that's a -2 as well.
Yep. Because you don't have a whole lot of pool in your in your intelligence scores.
Not really. Oh. One. Roll off the damn. That is a natural 20.
Ooh. Whew. Bahamut. The you of course find yourself a very secluded place because if somebody were to kind of catch you in futzing with a religious symbol, somebody might call the guards on you. But you find a quiet place to meditate, pray, sort of combination of both, without really drawing too much attention to yourself. You kind of make yourself look like you're just admiring the park that's around you. You close your eyes and kind of imagine yourself in a scenario where the dragon god would be before you. As of course the last encounter that you had in speaking directly with your patron of sorts is that he knocked some sense into you, quite literally. So you know that Bahamut isn't afraid to just tell you like it is, should you need direction. And so when you reach out inquiring, where do I go? What do I do? You imagine that sort of a person kind of embodying you. Where yes, you've been bitten. You've been bitten, and maybe that's gonna suck one day. Maybe you're gonna have to drink blood. Maybe you will be perpetually watched like the specimen of Lagon's book, cataloged and just observed and just treated like some kind of lab rat in the best of circumstances, given how curious Lagon is about that situation anyway, and the fact that this book apparently entails all of that too. But what is your mission? You are intended to be the arm of justice. You are meant to find the injustices of the world and stamp them out. You are justice incarnate, in a way. You are Bahamut's right hand. And almost in that same sort of feeling that you had before, you feel a smack across your face. You are not a vampire yet. Nor will you ever be. You are my chosen. You are mine. You cannot escape your destiny.
Thank you. And Groby will kind of probably lick the blood from like a split lip. Sometimes I need a little readjustment.
Hopefully, that inspires you to do what you need to do.
Yeah, Kurobe will kind of relax, just reaffirming like it. If even if he does become that one day, it's not going to change who or what he stands for. And if he ever does get to the if he ever does lose the fact of that way, I'm sure Bahamut or most of the party would definitely stop him. because there's no way he's going to turn into that monsters that he's fought. He's not going to lose himself. He's not going to lose what he believes in.
And according to the research that Lagan let you in on, not much changed from when the specimen was a vampire and wasn't a vampire. That the observer could tell, anyway.
And he's just going to relax, watching people go by in the park and staring at the little glass pendant that he got, just kind of remembering happier times and having a nice moment for himself.
All right. Well, I think that is a good spot for us to call it a day. We'll come back to Alira and Vanya getting off to a monster hunt in the midst of the forest till next time, as we'll find out more about what's going on there too. I hope you all enjoyed.
Yee.
Yeah. Yay!
Right.
Always.
Yeah.
Dagger, what you knocked off?
Is he being a butt?
Yes.
Of course he is.
It's Dagger.
It's Dagger. He's being a butt.
He was good all day today. And now he's starting to act up.
Well, he saved it up for you. It's
Right?
it
Get
does
off of
like
there.
the amount of shenanigans doesn't change. It's just when does it come out?
Yep.
Right? He and Luna have been like laying in the window all day, just looking outside. I just have to check on them, make sure they're not pushing through
Just
now.
chilling. Yep.
And then now all of a sudden he's being in the ass, man.
Yep. Cat's gonna cat. But with that being said,
Don't chew on that.
we're gonna move on to some experience.
Right.
Everybody gets
Okay.
their bit for showing up. How much was that? I don't remember. I don't remember the
5.
mechanics of my own game.
5, I think, is the first showing
Yes.
up.
5 for
Yeah.
showing
Yeah,
up.
it's all made up anyway.
Yeah, it's honestly it's
It's all
whatever the
made
hell
up in
you
an
want.
arbitrary. I
Welcome to
decided.
D&D,
I am
the
God.
game show where the points don't matter.
Yes, exactly. Points don't matter, and I am God. So it does mean, though, that you, the audience, have a say in how quickly our lovely players do get to progress their characters, because you get the audience vote. But the there's the 5 for showing up, and then I'm gonna call it 2 for doing the stuff today. We did a lot more personal developments and role playing rather than getting a whole slew of things done. But that also means
and
that you get role
a mini
prompts.
son and a pair of manacles named Karobe kind of screwed the fight up a bit for you.
I mean, I wasn't even intending there to be a huge fight
Dagger.
anyway, but you know, the dice roll with the dice roll. You know,
I want the vampire to do this. He can't do that. There's a mini sun in the window. Fuck.
damn it.
I want the vampire to do this. He can't do that. There's a mini sun in the window. Fuck.
Yes, a well-laid trap there, Lagan.
Thank you.
Well
that was
laid.
the intent.
Yes. So, Lagan made a well-laid trap, and so you get 2 experience points for it. Good job. But that also means that you guys have more roleplay prompts. So, I mean, the usual roleplay prompts, but you know, those are the most important because that's what happened today. So, who pushed our plot today? It was a lot of personal stuff. So, who had the most push in the way of personal stuff?
I think it might have been me. Because of the whole vampirism thing and
Yeah, I'll say Kurobe. Personal stuff.
Well, seeing how we've dealt,
How we dealt what?
I was going to say, seeing as how we've been dealing with vampires, yeah, that took a lot of courage.
Mm.
I would give that to Mary. Just to even say anything to Lagan.
Mm. Any honorable mentions, Derek?
No, I'm pretty sure that Garobe has it at this point.
Yep. Well, he has it, but I was wanting to know if you had any other contenders.
I'm very much in agreement on that.
Very much in agreement. Okay. Cool beans. That's a unanimous on a Karobe then.
I'm just being attacked. That's the problem.
You are being attacked by a cute fluff. She is attacking you with love. Which is the only thing she has going for her. Because she's the beeb. Who had our best scene from today?
Alira.
Yeah, Alira.
Alira. That's a sweep.
Okay.
There we go. Best line.
Roby just standing there. It's all Greek to me. Or, Elvish.
I mean, essentially, right? Because you're basically you're in the Grioran Empire, which is a mix of Victorian England and ancient Greece.
Yeah.
It's the best line.
I'm gonna try to be selfish on this one, and when he got slapped by Bahamut, he's just like, okay, I understand. Sometimes I just need that a little bit of adjustment.
I will throw mine in for the city is a beast of its own line.
That's a good one too. Mojo?
I'm still thinking.
Still thinking. Derek?
I'm gonna end up. I gotta give that one also to Karobe, but only on the fact that it's like best line is I'm smiling and nodding. I have no idea what's going on.
I would agree with that one.
It's just one of those. After this huge rant and rave, seeing the drow lose her shit, punch a wall down, and then he just kind of just going off, and he's just kind of like
smile and nod.
You're such a good listener.
What? All right.
Sometimes someone just needs to be heard.
Well, I think that's 3 votes for Karobe then, right?
Yeah.
All
and
right.
Alira gets audience XP.
Ooh!
Nice.
Alira stole it for audience XP. Nice. Good job,
Nice
guys.
step. Alright, we're going to zero that out. Karobe is level 10.
Karobe's level 10.
Nice.
Fantastic.
I'm 5 points away.
Good
5 points away.
job,
I will
guys.
definitely be hitting 11 next week.
Good job. Good job. All right. Well, what does level 10 fighter instill for you, mister?
Level 10 fighter. Let me look real quick. I haven't pulled it up yet, but I will tell you momentarily. Level 10 fighter is my martial arts, another feature.
Ooh, another feature from your martial art, from your subclass. Okay.
If I roll initiative and have no uses of fighting spirit, I regain 1 use, so I can always at least make 1 attack at advantage per combat.
Yes,
Which is
because that fighting spirit is helpful, especially because the next level, level 11, is when you get your 3rd extra attack. Your 3rd attack in a round. You get extra attack times 2. So you get your main attack, you get 2 extra attacks.
Don't worry.
I also want to kind of do like an honorable mention for, little background bullshit between me and Mojo.
Oh, yeah.
Pseudo planning on killing Kurobe?
Oh, no.
Could become a vampire. It's fine.
It's
Look
a
on this why, it's
thought.
fine.
You just have to replace my diamonds.
Yeah.
There
we-
is the
we have time for
temptation
that.
there, isn't it?
Yes.
What kind of power does a vampire have, especially in this world?
I don't know. Lagon's looking at heading under the city and potentially getting himself and anyone that's with him killed.
Well, don't plan
And don't
on it.
worry.
Don't plan
Oh,
on it.
sorry.
If you take Kirobe with you, you're gonna have even more attacks to go with.
That was kind of the idea. If Karebe dies, I'll know for sure whether it's a vampire or not.
And if not, we've got Revivify. It's fine. We just need 2 diamonds.
I've got diamonds enough to do it. They just have to be replaced once I've used
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Which we have over 2K in gold. We've got a shit ton of stuff in the bag of holding to sell still. Vanya's a performer. Arya's a performer.
them. Lagon is performing with
Exactly.
so.
Oh
It's
man.
fine.
Don't
It'll
look,
be
if I turn into a
fine.
vampire and become evil, you only have to out DPS me as a party before I start swinging.
That's when we need lethality in here.
We need lethality back in another daylight lift like that one and
Yep.
review.
That's okay. Let's see here. I can do Hail of Thorns at level 3.
Look, we've established that picking thorns out of my head and cheek is not a first time has ever happened.
Exactly. But this time it'd be directly centered on you.
Oh, that's true.
Last
That'll
time
be
you were
more
just
thorn.
away.
Well, those are some things to ponder for those of you who wish to ponder things. But that does finish us up for tonight. We will be back on Wednesday. Sadly, I had a computer kerfuffle on Wednesday and we couldn't play Vampire then, but all things considered, things are back to normal, and we should, as per normal, be able to play Vampire next week. So, please, fingers crossed that everything's normal. I don't want to run
All
into
I'm
any tech
hoping-
issues, and wish Lethality the best of luck because he's also dealing with
Yes.
tech issues.